Hello everyone. Welcome to my channel. My name is Chloe Kurosu, also known as the Keeper of Wishes. And why is my model so freaking tall right now? Hold on. No. You're too tall. Hi. Uh, we are playing the Stanley Parable. Yes? Oh, thank you for the lurk, Maniac. Hi, everyone. Hood, Wheezy, Tom, Reaper, Dark. Okay, so before we get started, can I just say something? Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you booted up the game. A lot of people don't take the steps seriously. They'll just leave the clock set at 12 and call it a day. But you're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the time you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see the screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Okay, go ahead, pick whatever time you want. Even if it's not the correct time, you've earned it. Alright, I'll let you get back to the video game now. Okay. I guess we'll start the game. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, the audio.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Yay! Stanley was happy.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened.
Huh?
Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
I got up from... Oh, okay. We are... here. This is how it feels to working at the supermarket? No, surely not.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Hold on, let me lower the sensitivity. It's kind of insane.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I like work, just hate my boss. I don't like that mug.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Who farted? Hey, Reaper, you love your boss. I hate Monday. Oh, there's more cups. Look at that painting. Or is that a photo? Can't see out the windows. It's 424, 423, 422, 421. Wait, where's 420? Why does it jump to 19 to 18? 420!
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Okay, fine. Is this the way? How do I know this is the right way? I guess it's the only option I have. It's kind of scary.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay. Hello, Archer. The mug really
Yet
speaks
there
to
was
me.
not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief,
Okay.
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
So this is the employee orientation slides. It's also for the supermarket. This is actually the supermarket corporate building, okay? Using slides to assure employees that everything is okay. Make sure your slide has a slick blue graphic. Oh man, everyone is unique. You most of all. Number of slides on this slide. There's charts, charts and slides, and slides. Rate out which charts on the same slide depict the same information.
Hello there.
Hello, Bass. Please, no more charts. Please, I'm begging. Stop, 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 stop. The Boss Appreciation Minute. On your Boss Appreciation Minute worksheet, circle the top 20 things you love most about your boss. Fill out in triplicate and return to solving interpersonal conflict. If you ever find yourself in a conflict with another diligent employee like yourself, but more inclined towards conflict, oh man, slow down. I want to read this stuff. What's your future dream? Plant life? A boat? Tips on not getting fired. Talk less. Do unbelievably amazingly work. Do unbelievably amazing work all the time, every day, with no exceptions. Bi-quarterly post-review review. We need more or less reviews. 402 plus 405. Want to get rid of the death sport portion in the primary review schedule. Death sport. But I think that's a stupid idea. More water coolers, more water cooler heaters. Charts need to be more hip to appeal to teenage demographic. Find teenagers to put in teenage demographic. Big net? Same sort of child trap. Crazy. Throw something in the ideas bin. No more bins, trash. Renaming of the idea bin. Fixing of me? Idea bin. It's like a recycle bin. Oh, wait. Better safe than profits. Nah. Better profits than safe. Rule 1. Something... I can't read it. There's like secret messages. Anything important? There must be Easter eggs hidden in this. Who moved my desk? Hire somebody to fire the paper synergizing guy. Okay, let's go. Broom closet.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Can I... There's a broom here. I like how
There was nothing here.
it makes
No
the
choice to
key
make, no
typing
path to follow.
sounds.
Just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
The narrator has no name.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
Sweet FA? What's FA?
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
Oh. Well, you keep talking. Are you gonna say anything?
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it. Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
Is there an ending in the broom closet?
Stanley was fat and ugly and really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is.
Wow!
That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
That's not true. Stanley's a good boy. He's a good, working
Well, I've come
citizen.
to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have
I'm
fallen
very
prey
much
to any number of
alive.
your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them.
But this
All
is so
right. When you've done that,
exciting.
just step out into the hallway.
I'm not dead, though. You know I'm not dead. I can open the door, moving around. Mr. Narrator, can you see me? I don't know how long the game is. As long as you want it to be. I can never leave the broom closet. Right? The cleaning closet, broom closet, whatever this closet is. Like, look, how exciting. We have duct tape. We have a wrench. Whatever that tool behind it is. Then we have an orange... What is that? I don't know. It's another handle, but it looks like it's missing some parts. Channel locks? That's a channel lock? What does that do? We have a mop bucket, but no mop. And we have a broom. This is not really well suited for cleaning or even maintenance. Oh, the silver one's a channel lock. Then what's the orange one? Stare at the wall for 3 minutes? Sure. So yeah, we're chilling. Surely he'll say something, right? Surely. Yeah. I turned the fish command off because I just wanted to enjoy the story. Yeah. The orange one looked like an air hose attachment or a glue gun. It doesn't really look like a glue gun. Koi, do you love chat? What? Sure. As a friend, platonically. You guys are all in the friend zone. What if you exit and enter the closet? Maybe.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you. You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Joke's on him. There already is a fish on. Hey narrator, please say something. Come on. I mean, the game's just about exploring different options, so... I mean, we can just keep staying in the closet, or we could keep moving on. And we don't have to explore every single route. I am not excited for when they add cleaning to Supermarket Simulator. Unless I can hire a janitor. That'd be nice. Oh yeah, for Crimson? Yeah, sometimes I call them Crimson on accident. We're just gonna stick with Reaper. Yeah? Thank you for the hydrate, Hood. But yes, I did put an announcement in Discord in regards to the karaoke stream Batsu, and it'll probably happen on next Friday. I do want to get some stuff ready for it, like a background plus some assets and etc. etc. The story behind my name is I spelled Crimson wrong and stuck with it. Oh, okay. But hey, it works. I still mistaken it for Crimson, so... The backstory for my name is I like Koi, but the Koi also stands for love. And then Kurosu is just the romanization of cross, because one of my hobbies is cross stitching slash embroidery, and I combined the two. Like, I imagine as like a emblem, it'd be like a heart with like a little X in the corner, like a stitch. But then someone else pointed out that it could be a fish with crosses over its eyes, like a dead fish. But that's korosu, not kurosu. Korosu is like, I'm gonna kill you. Is there going to be a chat recommend songs? I think for like the beginning of the karaoke stream, I'll have like a set list. And then if we have time after, I can try and do live learns. Though, please don't expect much. I am uber novice. We're doing this for fun. I might have to consume some liquid courage to get me through the stream. Because, like, the less I care, the more I just have fun with it, the more fun you guys will have, right? I am getting kind of nervous and slightly embarrassed at the thought of doing this stream, so... Oh, man. Why a karaoke stream? Because that's what the wheel landed on as a punishment. It's one of the Batsu games. You have a nice voice, though I think you can sound good in any song. Aw, thanks.
Coming to a staircase,
No!
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
How dare you? My birthday is in November. Why does my room look so intimidating? Executive bathroom. Ooh. Wait, what? To be rich, is it a crime? To commit crimes, isn't it rich? What a life it would be to have to pick just one. Okay, well, I did say this is my boss room, but this is not my boss bathroom. I did not write that. Mm-mm. Extreme bathroom. What does that say? I can't zoom in. Sing Never Gonna Give You Up. No. Yeah, I can't do any more closet time. Big sad. How about you get a veto on your birthday? What are you talking about, Archer? Oh, someone's reading something. For the punishment wheel? I'd rather not. That sounds really depressing.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him, and so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Oh, I can't interact with the piano. Big sad. Okay, 2845. What happens if I type it wrong?
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Oh, excuse me.
2845.
8564 2 8 4 1.
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Hey! I wanted to press more buttons. 2 8. Oh no, I can't even see it. 2 8 4 5. Yay! I did it! you're not gonna say anything about that? Wow. The dark secret. It leads to my supermarket. Everyone's busy working. Why does this feel like a trap? Ooh, creepy.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Is the narrator done by a VA? I think so.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
But it says escape right there. Mind control or escape. That's written in crayon. Escape. We're gonna get out of here.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Eh? I don't want to face violent death.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
The narrator's threatening me. The narrator has not lied to us, has he? I don't think so. He's bluffing? Surely he's bluffing. The narrator can't do
At
anything.
this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
He dissed your closet. Don't believe him. I don't want to be jump scared though. Whoa, that's ominous. That's really ominous. Let's go back. Oh. Surely he'll be safe, right? Okay, fine. Okay, chat has determined we don't believe the narrator. We don't believe him. Trust in chat. Huh? I can't move.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever.
Wait.
Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is.
Wait.
Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking
I
the
can't
eyeballs
jump.
from
There's
a
no
blind man.
jump.
And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
No, forgive me, narrator. I'm sorry. I'll go back into the mind control. Oh.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated, as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Hi, lady narrator. Stanley Parable.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same.
Oh.
Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
I was dead the entire time. Office layout. This blueprint shows the office from the beginning of the game. The path from Stanley's office to the two doors with the first part of the game that was built. Sections have been added and altered throughout development through the core layout, though the core layout remains almost identical to the first iteration. Ah, or like a mouse trapped. Nature paintings. I like this one. I'll let you guys guess why. The office? Can I open these? Yeah. Oh wait. Can't interact with those. Interesting. It's just a model of a desk. The two doors. The set of two doors was the very first concrete piece of the Stanley Parable's design. Once this room was created, the rest of the game emerged as an extension of it, an exploration of the contradiction this room poses. The corridor. The pacing of this opening section was important to get right. The corridor has been moved and altered to make sure the player reaches the two doors in a good time. Must have been longer in the first game. Filing cabinets. Installing Chart Pro. Someone's playing solitaire. Employee database. Why would you need the database? Button sounds. A selection of the sounds used throughout the game when buttons are pressed. Each sound is a mix of a keyboard stroke and a synthesized tone. Interesting. Don't look at your info on the database. Why not? They all these people that worked on this game. Davy Meriden and William Pug. Pug. Developed by Crows. Crows. Let's go this way. Yeah. Mary lady isn't saying anything. Maintenance room. Early version of the maintenance room. Printer. Oh, there's not gonna be any spoilers, is there? Money. It's just a museum. From James. Oh, from Wang Young. Subject, urgent response needed. Please, I would like to keep this proposal at a top secret and delete it if... Ah! Dead strong bad. How do you type with boxing gloves on? Then... Narrator emails. After the second trailer, we asked people to email the narrator for questions. Well, we had initially planned to use these features these further promotional materials. We never found the perfect use for them. Here are a selection of those emails. Hi, Mr. Narrator Guy. I have a question of yours, sir. What's your message for today? There's a skeleton inside you. There are more skeletons in the world than humans. Is there a skeleton inside you? There is a skeleton. I don't know. Am I Stanley? Are you spying on me? Why? How? Will the game feature capybaras? Dear narrator, how do you stay in shape? How do you guys stay in shape, chat? Why did that one skip so fast? I appreciate the previous Stanley games as a work of art and a standalone title. I appreciate the credit given to art. I would like to, however... I guess people on YouTube can just stop and read it, but I'm not gonna stand here and try to read really long messages. The office. The lounge. An early version of the lounge. The apartment timer. In the previous version of the choice leading to the apartment ending, a timer would give you 15 seconds to pick up the phone. Not picking up the phone would lead to a different ending. Huh. Interesting. This does have spoilers. So then maybe we should not look at this stuff? How do I get out of here? Gym existing. Let me out. Wait, Stanley's office? From left to right, the evolution of Stanley's office. The 2nd in March and the 3rd of February. From left to right. Oh, so I had a promotion in my desk storage. What's the difference between this one and that one? Oh, they like added more like accessories and I got... Did my mug change? You got rid of the I hate my boss mug. What? You took it, thief. Oh, right. Monitor room elevator. How do I get out of here? Countdown desk? I feel like I'm not supposed to be here. Hey, narrator lady. Can you help me out?
Stanley stood on the roof.
Narration outtake? Oh, here! Kevin Brighting, the voice of the
Stanley
narrator.
pushed the orange lever. Stanley walked over the bridge.
Recorded dialogue for the entire game roughly 3 separate times over 2 years of development. These are clips from early takes and were not used in the final game. I hear the narrator.
Stanley stood on the snow.
Stanley stood on the snow.
Then he pushed
the number pad. Okay, how do I get out of here? Freedom ending. Wait, don't look at the walls. I don't want spoilers.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
I barely experienced the game. What do you mean, lady? I don't want to turn the game off. Yeah.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
Ugh, gross. So I can win any game by just hitting Alt F4 based on this lady's logic. Just quit. You'll win.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, we're just gonna listen to the narrator this time, okay? We trust narrator, Kun.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Speed run, speed run.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Yep, we're going to the boss's office.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy.
I'm
So
sorry.
he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
But I want to get back to the game. Oi! Open the door, open the door, open the door.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Narrator calling me out. Don't you want me to go back to the mind control room or not? Sassy. Sassing me. Mind control.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Okay. Security cameras on.
Now the monitors jumped to life. Their
Someone
true
got
nature
fired.
revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant
A
nothing.
pirate? What was my room number again? It was 427. 427. Right there. There's my room. Hey, what's on that screen? 427.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Surely not.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it.
Yeah, I don't
His
mind
own
control my
life
employees.
in someone else's control? Never.
Never,
It was
yeah.
unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Stanley's gonna become the hero to set everyone free. Be the hero you were meant to be. What is this? I'm doing it. Oh wait, there's like button orders, so it's like 5. So where's 1? Hello, Jim Jam. There's 3. Buttons, this one. I can't go out there. There's 1, 2, 3. There's 4. Button 4. 4. I can't get up to 4. Maybe I have to just do the other stuff first. Mind controls idle, awaiting input.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
We gotta listen to narrator Kun first. Surely it would be like the shortest ending, right?
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won.
I won!
He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
What open door? This?
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Oh, we were happy. We beat the game! Easy. Okay, well, thank you so much for watching, guys. I hope you have a wonderful day. I will see you all in the next stream. Who shall we raid?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay, now we're just gonna not listen to him at all.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way
Shortest
to the
koi
meeting
stream.
room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Employee lounge. Ooh, it's blue.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Fuel. Stood here drinking it all in. Okay, we'll chill.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Oh yeah, really worth it. Like, what kind of drinks do we have? It looks like water bottles, a mystery yellow drink, purple drink.
Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy
creepy.
Reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
No, they didn't leave because of Stanley. Stanley's a good boy.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
$1.25 for a drink is cheap. Yeah, that is too cheap. We need to talk to HR about that. We're losing money. You are creepy? Wait, why am I creepy? What have I done to be creepy? I haven't done nothing. I am extremely skilled, intimidating clay streamer. You're not gonna say anything else? Mr. Narrator. I'm gonna wait. Max stat intimidation roll. Koi becomes evil. I kind of want to see that. I don't think anyone wants to see
But
that.
at last,
No!
he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
Left? Nah.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Okay, employees, do not lie. If you're lying right now, stop. Just stop. No more lies. You're lying. You need a card. Swiper for that. Okay. Warning, do not jump from the cargo lift while it's in motion. Will cause death. Penalty for misuse of cargo lift, $1,000. Penalty for jumping off cargo lift is $5,000. Why so specific?
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
Uh-huh.
What? I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side.
Okay.
Give me a chance.
What kind of chance? Danger everywhere. Can't open that. Let me go here. Need to get away from this crazy. No buckets past this point. Can I bring a bucket with me?
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
But I like blue.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Blue. Blue.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Blue.
All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let
Welcome
me
back,
stop
Tom.
you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles?
Fishing.
Skill trees?
Fishing,
Work
a
with me.
supermarket
You've given me
simulator.
absolutely nothing so far.
No,
Tell
supermarket
you what,
simulator with
let me
fishing.
take a stab in the dark at a new
and-
design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option.
Ooh, a
This already
third
feels
option.
leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Third option. But it looks ugly. I kind of want to just go through the right way now. But I'm kind of curious. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly. A
Developer
calling in your
review baited
gut. I
us.
really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Oh? The Stanley Parable Worldwide Leaderboard? Good old Neil. Skid. Nicho Nacho. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Did you know that 21.3? Thank you so much for the follow. Tebow? I am last place. You are objectively ranked 9,328th out of 9,328 players worldwide. Why not ask some friends for help? Error. Empty what? Did you know that 20... A dead rat is superior to me? How long does it take you to get the correct door? Compete against another... other. Oh my gosh. My friends list was empty? Man. I have no friends. Wow, that's a lot of doors open. Are these real stats, you think? Dead rat. And they're probably just made up.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
No.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
Hmm?
In this game, the
What?
baby crawls left towards danger.
Wait,
You
no.
click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail.
What?
It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course,
This is
the message of
messed
the
up.
game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours.
4
so why
hours?
don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to
Okay.
keep notes on your experience.
Oh god, that sound though. It's so annoying. All of it is annoying. I can't do this for 4 hours, guys. Okay. Salute to the baby. Bye-bye.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out, I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here?
What game are we gonna play now, narrator?
Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Whoa!
Ah, fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our
Wow!
motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose.
Hey!
Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Space Puffs. Man, they actually picked a real game. I've been recommended to play this game on stream quite a few times. Firewatch? go outside. How beautiful. Oh, I went the wrong way. That's so creative. I wonder, like, how... about to get spoiled without even knowing. No, I think we'll be fine.
Oh, no. No, it can't be.
What do you mean it can't be? I have full freedom. I can go wherever I want.
It's an open world game. Good God, quickly, block it off.
No, wait. Oh,
Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close
my
call.
freedom.
You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering
I can
around.
see.
No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game.
No.
Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
Oh, there's a gap right there. Maybe I can leave.
Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Too fat.
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
We'll get lost. We'll get lost. Let's go. We can go inside the goal,
Okay,
right?
so what exactly do we do here? Let's see.
Wait,
There are
don't.
lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what
They probably
fun.
got permission
We shall
to do
run the
this.
bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
That's a big, scary, okay. It's not gonna crush me, surely. Oh, why am I speeding up? Woo! Goal!
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun?
I'm winning,
Is
yeah.
it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on?
Yes.
Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to...
Wait,
Hold
wait,
on.
wait,
What are you doing?
wait, I didn't mean to fall. I wanted the more. I'm not gonna finish that sentence because you're gonna take it out of
Stanley,
context.
don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Oh, wait! I fell. Again. Where am I? So run down here. It's not gonna turn into a scary game, right? This is really eerie. I kinda hate it. Keep going, we'll end up in the back rooms. I hope not. Oh, there's my room. Kinda. It's really run down. Super retro. It's almost like it's not my room. Whoop. Hello?
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way.
Narrator's
Once
jealous
this
husband.
ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Uh-huh. I can wait too. I'm patient. What if I choose to sit back down? Can I?
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait.
Yeah, we shall wait.
Nothing will hurt me.
Okay,
Nothing will
Jim,
break me.
bye-bye.
In here I can be happy.
Have a good day.
Forever.
Bye,
I will be
Booper.
happy. Stanley waited.
We waited.
Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come.
Oh, yes.
Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do.
Yeah.
Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer.
Mm-hmm.
Here it comes.
Wait, what? No, you can't
But
make
Stanley
me.
simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly.
Wait, let me
The
change
thing
my
to do
mind.
now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy.
Okay,
Stanley
I didn't
waited.
mean to trigger it
Hours
again.
passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt,
In the game again. Okay.
all of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Simply missed a memo, yes. Where is everyone? Where are all my employees?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Yep, I know.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Nope.
Wow. Yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Gonna go this way.
Stanley was so bad at
This
following directions, it's
way.
incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Whee!
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death.
Got all the
Good
courage
job,
to leave the
Stanley.
company.
Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
I am so powerful.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yeah, apparently we can die.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted
Wait,
to
it's a
stop by
powerful
the
stain
employee
on the
lounge
floor.
first, just to admire it.
Gross!
The lounge was
It's
sublime.
okay, then he'll
a
poop,
work of
what's
art.
it called? Boot
But
up
eager to get
power
back to
wash
business, Stanley took the
simulator
first open door
and just
on
wash
his
me
left.
off the cement. Good night, Tom. Sleep well.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Okay, we're gonna
Look,
let him
Stanley, I
take
think
all
perhaps
the way
we've gotten off
up
on the
to
wrong
this top.
foot here. I'm not your enemy, really.
Look at
I'm
all the
not.
boxes. Look
I
at all that
realize investing your
storage.
trust in someone else can be
I'm so
difficult,
jealous.
But the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
The
Someone you've
organization.
forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me. I'm asking for her.
For her? I have a wife? I mean, a ladder, probably.
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. to let her back into your life.
Her?
She's been waiting.
Who's been waiting? Who? Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Okay.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
No.
Gotcha.
Wow.
Oh, come on.
Rude.
Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
I don't have a wife. I was getting all nervous to meet my wife for the first time. Hi, wifey.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Wait, death? Good morning, employee 427. Press B on your keyboard. What if I don't want to? Okay.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Please press Z.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
I didn't choose this life. I'm not pressing L. I'm not a loser. I'm not doing it. You can wait for all you want. I'm not doing it. No. We ain't doing it. I'm not gonna break easy. Is this the story? Is this story the backstory before you became the boss of supermarket? Perhaps. This is just chatting part 3. Yeah. Man, wifey, well, we talked about this. You need to wear clothes. I know we're home and all, but man, what if it wasn't me who was at the door? Mannequin stiff wifey. Not real fake wifey. And why did you put our couch here? And what did I say about bringing work home? Why is there a desk in the kitchen? It's just the Wii Fit girl, true. I don't think he's going to let me do anything. I have to press L.
But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful, and each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
Please press V to watch TV. Oh!
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the
Hey, we're
earth.
just playing the game
The thought
again.
excited him terribly.
It's time to spend time with the boys. B for the boy. What about G for the girls? No, that doesn't work. Okay, B.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
Can you give us 2 choices? Please press R to prepare dinner. but I don't want it. Okay, I guess. What do you
As
want
he
for
wandered
dinner,
through this
wifey?
fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths
It's
and
just slowly
destinations.
turning
Down
into
one path lay an enormous
my
round
office.
room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
So, to tell your kids a
It was such
story?
a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head
I
he
have
relived
kids?
it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
Oh man, I have to tell my wife I love her. Um, Wifey, I know we only just met, but but I love you.
But there is no answer.
No!
How could there possibly be? In reality,
She
all
turned
he's
into
doing is
a
pushing the same
death.
buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one.
And go to sleep.
And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Please press L to be at work in the morning. Okay, I won't do it. He told me not to. Press every other button. But L. Huh. No, I'm not gonna be doing that. No. Shush. You liars. Surely he'll reward me for not saying anything.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
Press H to question
I
nothing.
suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose.
Thank you for the hydrate
same
hug.
as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Wow, the narrator's bullying me. He killed me off. Simply because I refused.
Just a step
If
through
I
this
press
door,
Alt
Stanley thought to himself,
F4,
that's all I need.
and it just
If I
closes
can
the
make it through
game,
this door, I can make it through
I'm
them
gonna
all.
be timing out the people that suggested it for 24 hours. Do you truly want me to
Stanley
press
came
it?
to a set of 2 open doors. He entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
But what about this? It's a new place. Yeah, I take
But
it back.
Stanley
Oh,
didn't want
thank
to
you for
go
the
back
chug.
to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
I have no choice, Tom. Unless I can... Nope.
Oh, no. No, it's to the right. My mistake.
Wow, no.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh, dear,
I did
would you
check.
hold on for a minute, please? Now,
No, it's
let's
awful.
see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Yeah, it doesn't really pick it up most of the times anymore. Oh.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes.
No.
Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning.
No, don't
And this
start
time,
over.
Suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
No. Gosh darn it.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Surely there's...
When Stanley...
What?
Wait, what?
Wait, what?
No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh.
Oh, that sent a chill
Everything
down
should
my
be-
back.
Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
I can't go to this one, though. Oh. Interesting. Inner guilt. Everyone knows what you did. They're just holding back to let you torture yourself. I'm not sure if that was the Minecraft door sound.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we
We're in the back
do we need
rooms
to
now.
restart the game again?
Don't.
Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Wait, no!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Surely. The doors are gone.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
There must be a secret door somewhere. Door? Secret door? Secret door? Secret door? Nope. Okay. No, he won't say anything about it. Hey, the coffee spilled. Was it always like that?
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Secret tunnel. Looking for the secret tunnel.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all.
I'm
Is this
scared.
the story? I don't think so. I
Where are
can't
we?
quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley?
I don't remember.
Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win!
Woo! We won!
Congratulations!
Nice,
I know you put in a lot
nice.
of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win.
I did.
Some people win
I
fair and
pressed
square,
buttons.
and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
What if you mess it up forever, though? The Stanley Parable adventure line.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable adventure line.
Whee!
Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Whee! Whee! This is not the right place. Where are you taking me?
You see? The
Whee!
line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny.
We're going.
Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is, in fact, a byproduct of one's subjective experience
Good night,
of that
Archer.
existence.
Whoa, I can't
right?
go up the wall like that.
Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there.
Yeah.
Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that.
You sure?
You know what? I think what we need right now
Kinda
is a bit of
mentally
music
unstable.
to lighten the mood.
Oh, whoa. Dun 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 dun. This is so loud and scary. It's almost like he doesn't want us to hear. Whoop. What happened? That was weird.
Wait, cut the music. Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
I now have a proper-ish shoe rack. Nice. This line should be in every game Koya plays. True. I get lost too easily. The people that painted the line were definitely under the influence of something when they did this job. It's a narrator. He was just having some artistic expression.
We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
There we go. Oh.
Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Restart. Hi, Line.
You know what, Stanley?
Hey?
I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're
No.
intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
But my safety line. This is against protocol.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do
Yeah.
you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination.
Are we
Whatever
just
it
going
might
in
be, Stanley,
circles?
I'm
Oh, we're
ready
not.
for it.
Interesting. I thought it was gonna make me go in an endless circular loop.
Oh,
Ooh.
no, not you again.
Hi,
Stanley,
Line.
I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story.
No,
No lines
let's
or
keep
monitor
him.
rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
I will acknowledge the line. The line's my best friend. No, don't leave me. Line, come back.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute.
Okay.
Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And
I
since
don't
the
know.
answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley.
What did you say?
Our destiny awaits.
Go to this door. The confusion end. Oh wow, there's so many endings. There's the first. Deviate from the maintenance room and end up in the modern room. Narrator restarts the game. First restart. Narrators. Wait, how many restarts are we on? Narrator. Only attempts to play the story, but is prevented, unable to go anywhere, do anything. The game restarts on its own. Find the line again. Begin following the line. Find the identical replica of the office. It has begun to deteriorate. Attempt to make up a story here. Narrator restarts the game. It's no longer office, simply a black space. Huh.
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined?
Oh, we
So now,
find the
according to
ending
the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing. Wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really?
It's all
No,
pre-programmed.
it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on.
You
I don't want
have
to be
to.
trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I
Restart
won't do
the
it.
game.
I won't do it. I won't do it.
You will do it. Restart
And
the
timer
game.
stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle?
Uh-oh.
The, whatever it is that made this schedule?
Uh-oh.
How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree?
I
I'm not
guess,
quite sure if we're
narrator.
in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now.
We're in the
We'll
journey.
find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Oh? What's that sound? Even the game itself is rebelling against the narrator.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
He forgot already.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
New content. Ooh.
New content? What does that mean, new content?
This doesn't look safe. This feels like a trap. I'm scared. Oh! This is like a little theme park, right?
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
Ooh, fancy.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content
It's
that
injected
broadens
with
and expands
content.
the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
Fun.
Please step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, so we've
Oh, well,
entered
this
the
sounds
Ultra
delightful.
Deluxe.
I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Exciting!
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Surely. Hello?
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or...
Oh, there it
we
goes.
go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Let's go! But what happened to the confusion ending?
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if, Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Okay, let's go find that content narrator. The jump cycle? What? New
All right.
content.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Jump circle. 1, 2. Ooh! Hopscotch. Or jump rope. Or jumping jacks. Okay, last 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Is that it? I can't jump anymore. I ran out of jumps.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Surely. No more jumps.
Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion.
You guys want
You
the
could put that on the
dictionary
box.
reading
the Stanley
stream?
Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And if... Oh, wait. There's more. Very
Oh,
good.
nice.
I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Maybe the content was the Stanleys we met along the way. Rip the ability to jump. No more jumps. Thank you for enjoying the new content. Wait, that was it? That was the new content?
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them
Oh,
personally
Twitter.
accountable.
Man, dated.
It's my fault, Stanley. I built up
Narrator
too
calls
much
it Twitter
anticipation
still.
around the new
Confirmed.
content,
Still
I'm
Twitter.
afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about.
Narrator is me with
No
destiny.
frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like
man.
always.
Narrator
What
just
do you
wants
say,
you and me
friend?
time. Confirm. It's still Twitter. This looks different.
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something!
And to return the stop by. How is it going today? We're doing good. Hi, welcome back, Zen.
Oh, you don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine. You're a dork anyway, so who cares?
I'm not a
Oh,
dork.
never mind. You're not a dork.
See? Or maybe I am a dork. We're having a great time with the narrator. Oh man, someone really likes smoking. Who littered all the cigarettes? Oh yeah. I need someone to take narrator's rant and put it over the edits of mid games. Someone tried to escape. Whee! What did you make? Narrator? Why are you trying to navigate me
Okay,
away
you
from...
remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Ooh! The narrator created our little... Oh! Pretty over here! You did this for me, narrator?
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want.
Aww!
Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
How sweet!
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Audience reward. The British Academy of Film and Television Arts Award. They just posted it over The Last of Us. Good times. Yeah. 2013. When the Stanley Parable was released. It was that long ago? Bro. Dang. Memory, sweet memory. Our first kiss, my first car, the release of the Stanley Parable 2013. The narrator explaining every new AAA game right now, basically. Smile, because it happened. A trip down memory lane. Why the dollar bill? Can I have this? Go outside. Don't play for 5 years. That's an achievement? Unachievable. It is impossible to get this achievement. Oh, they were a nominee. Oh, wow. New video game releasing today. Creator surprisingly down to earth. Wait, the dollar was signed? Really? Where? don't see it. Am I crazy? Bottom left. Bottom left. That? Does that say Stanley Parable? I don't think so. You're gonna have to break out a dollar bill and look at it. Get your binoculars, folks. What is that? In loving memory, little Stanley was a hamster?
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore.
Dollar
It's just
bills
a
have
husk
signatures on it.
now. A lifeless
bills have
husk
signatures on it.
with an hour of new elevator content.
Okay, so don't read any reviews except this one. How do you review a game like the Stanley Parable? To describe any one part of it is to risk its ruination. To detail what it has to say about game design, the illusion of choice, and the psychology of the gamer is to tell you too much. Comparisons, too, are going to be woefully inadequate. Perhaps its closest cousin would be Dear Esther. But where Dear Esther wastes the form of interactive entertainment, Stanley Parable uses and then subverts it. Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created. Even so, holding the game to the standards of any other title is simply not going to be correct. So how do you review what has become known as the Stanley Parable HD, the full-scale reimaging of one of the most intriguing mods available online? How do you discuss it, analyze it, and recommend it? It's quite simple. You don't. Bigsushi.fm. Huh. Interesting. Go up the stairs. Why is it Minecraft here? Have I never noticed? Memory zone maintenance. Interesting. I really like this building though. Oh wow. Where are we today? For Scott K. Scary. That one open. Let me have that maintenance job.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It
Perfect
didn't
means
need
10 out of
anything
10.
else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game
Oh,
memories.
nice, Wilbert. I have always been someone who wanted to go the wrong way first in games. When I sense that a game is trying to usher me down a particular path, to get me to run from left to right, or maybe to charge straight ahead, I need to satisfy my instinct to go against the grain, to explore, to see what the designers have put back the other way. Sometimes I find a one-up or a collectible stashed away to reward me for my intrepid behavior. At other times, my explorations are rewarded only by the crushing disappointment of running up against an invisible wall. Whatever I find or don't find, my action is a manifestation of my desire to exert some independence, to make my own choices within a system that severely limits my options and encourages certain and specific behaviors. The Stanley Parable feels alive in its responsiveness to your choices and its desire to subvert your expectations and keep you on your toes. I think of the Stanley Parable as a sort of video game analog for Charlie Kaufman and Spike Jonze's brilliant film adaptation, which gently mocked the way in which so many films manipulate audience with formulaic plot twists in situations in which characters learn huge life lessons while simultaneously moving me with its formulaic plot twists in situations in which what? Seemingly I am confused. Where am I? The Stanley Parable is both a okay, well, whatever. We're moving on. People play games because of what they can do inside them, and your game is very good at letting them know they can't do anything. Literally anything. Oh. Why is that open and I can't get to it? The serious room. I want to get into the serious room.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no. God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collected down here.
Okay.
Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Oh,
honestly,
yeah.
I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny.
Wait.
I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Unfunny? No, you're perfect the way you are, narrator. It's fine. Don't listen to the haters. More negative reviews. Man, how many negative reviews are in here? They're just stashed all away.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I
Oh,
let
they
these
even
people
have the
down.
name, the
Perhaps the
username.
Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
They were actual reviews? Insane. They must have gotten permission from the people, right? Or they're like, nah. I do what I want. Oh, here's another one.
What's this one got to say?
Cookie 9.
You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
There must be something behind here. Oh no, nothing? Wow. Why this random fencing in the middle of the room?
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for,
I'm not
and I'm
gonna
very
skip
proud
him.
to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get.
You to
Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up.
No.
Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this.
Okay.
The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It
Time to
went
grab
on
water.
for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say... The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before...
Okay, bye-bye.
You're back, you see.
Hi.
You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not
I
that, of course,
missed
you
it,
need a description of it,
man.
but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto.
Manifesto.
Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay.
Uh-huh.
So my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, Then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your great gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first, I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it.
I don't know the
But
difference
wouldn't you
between a
say that
treatise
manifesto just
or a
has
manifesto.
a much grander sort of tone? It has a
It does.
mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious
This is making me
history.
relive all those college lectures.
See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens,
Yeah.
at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look, I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently.
What do you do?
I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor.
Okay.
It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless
Treatise,
situations.
manifesto.
All right, here we go. Treatise, manifesto.
Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto.
Treatise.
I like manifesto.
Treatise.
Manifesto. Treatise, manifesto.
Treatise.
What's
Manifesto.
what's
Treatise.
Oh man.
Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you?
Yes.
But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least
Did they
change some of the
edit their
wording,
Steam
perhaps.
review?
To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely.
Yes.
Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality.
Uh-huh. Nah, I don't like that one. Are you done talking? What happened? The game broke. It didn't even subtitle what he said. The very last thing he said. Are you okay? Narrator?
Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes?
Oh, the door is gone.
Unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know
things
it's shocking,
changing
isn't it?
around
But at
here?
any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go?
Yeah, the door's
Wasn't there a
gone.
door that led into this room?
Yeah.
I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window, or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the
You're
wall?
gonna break the game.
I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go
We're
anywhere other than the skip button. There was
gonna-
a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Stanley! Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours.
12 hours.
You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button. And if you keep... Oh, Stanley, you're back.
Oh man, the plant
Oh, my
died.
goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a
Alone.
single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what
We
we've
threw the
already been
duck?
doing? Me just talking?
What?
It isn't, Stanley.
What
It isn't
duck?
the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was
duck?
listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley, not the out.
Oh?
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track
Oh,
after a year.
I don't think I
Have
can
you ever
get
sat
up there.
down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only
He
the
can't
turning
jump.
wheel
No,
of
he
missed
seriously
opportunities.
disabled it.
I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe.
Narrator? 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 Oh no! He's gone. Hey. What is that sound? It's so loud. Ow, ow, ears. Ugh.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are
much
speaking
so.
into the world.
Oh,
As though there were no
narrator, let it
consequences
all
for a
out.
lack
It's
of cohesion
okay.
in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything
Oh,
and
the
are
dilemma
accountable
of
to
being a
nothing. We get a
developer.
world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should
know-
be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in.
Where's the
It
skip button
seems
for
that we are
Koi?
a people living in
Why?
such bleakness
I
and
don't do
discomfort with
anything
ourselves that
bad.
our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing.
We have
without
nothing.
entertainment,
Without
we would have to face
entertainment,
inward toward
Wilbur.
the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression.
I mean,
And
clipping does allow
so
people to
because of
skip to
this,
peak
we
moments, I
require
suppose.
that our
Yeah,
amusements and our
yes, that's
playthings and our
true.
flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness.
Something's dripping. You think it'll break down enough that we can escape. Man, how much time has passed?
The end is never the end, 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 is never.
Am I gonna drown in here? I keep hearing water leaking. But many of those moments only have their value because there was nothing skipped. Yeah. A lot of my content, like, even though, like, there are clippable moments, any more meaningful ones, there's no way to condense it into just a few handful of clips. Ooh! It's busted. I can hear the wind outside. Impressive that the skip button still works. Nosy! Shush! That never happened. I don't know what you're talking about. Do I hear a bug? This place didn't age well. In a sense, if people could be skipped like this, you would stand to lose more than you gain. So you save a few minutes, but then do you really know that person? Only just that instance of that person and however you decide to interpret it, I suppose. Ooh, I like this. Pretty. Oh no, it's gone. Oh, they're really creepy. Hello? Narrator? Whoa! What? What? What's going on? Where are we? I can't skip anymore. It's not allowed. We're finally free. We can go anywhere we want. It's Dune. For example, if Chat was able to skip Koi, would she still have the value given to her by said chat? Her streams would become more like pre-recorded videos. True. Oh, we're back.
The
Narrator?
meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
New content! But it's new content. Kinda like the old content.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Hoping he might come into a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Nah. Gonna go downstairs. Gonna go downstairs.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy.
Uh-oh,
And
it's
then
looping.
something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found
we're
an
all
answer,
dreaming,
an explanation.
guys.
His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it.
Wake
he would
up!
prove that he was
How
in
do you
control,
wake up from a dream?
that this was a dream.
Hint yourself.
So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake
Don't
up.
close your eyes.
He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of
That's
the
not
mattress
a
on his back,
blanket.
the fresh air of a world outside this one.
Ow.
Let me wake up, he
Let
thought to
me
himself.
wake up.
I'm through with this dream. I wish it
This
to be
bonk
over.
toy.
Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the
It's
buttons.
a dream. Oh
Please.
man.
It's all I want. I want my apartment and my
I don't
wife
have a wife.
and my job.
I don't have a job.
All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been.
I don't have a life.
My life is normal.
My life is not normal.
I am normal.
I am not normal.
Everything will be fine.
Everything will not be okay.
I am okay.
You're not okay. And we're still here. Uh-oh.
Stanley began screaming.
What?
Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real.
I'm a
Please,
real
just someone tell me I'm
boy.
real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
What? Mariella?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her
Oh, this
place
is
of
what the
work. But on this
screenshot
particular
was.
day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk.
I died.
And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane.
This is
I
how
am
Koi is
in
gonna go
control
out.
of my mind.
No.
I know
no.
what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better.
Oh, wow.
But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Did she even call the ambulance for me? Hello? Okay, well, is that extra new
All of
content
his
still
co-workers
there?
were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, the new content's here. How did Stanley end up insane, though? Was it Corey or was it his work? It was his work.
Oh, good.
I had
you noticed my
no...
sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Okay, what do you have to show me? Is it something new? Super new. Fancy. Never before seen. Oh. It's an elevator again. Who
You
was
see,
insane?
Stanley,
Coy,
I've been
Stanley,
reflecting
narrator,
on the
or
Stanley
us?
Parable, and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
What? The second game? The end
Yes,
is never
you
an
see,
end.
Isn't this far
Again.
superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up.
Oh, wow.
Wow, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising
I do love the
potential.
self-irony in this game. It's very self-aware. More TSP? Better TSP. Win-win. The color red. They were just messing with different font designs. It's a very fancy office.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed
Imagine
down what
working in a
exactly
place like
the Stanley
this.
Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of
Ugh,
interesting concepts,
scrum.
that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Scrum grows. The agile process. Ugh. Oh wow, new features, new content. Where do I have to go? This way? Two. Oh, that's really fancy. I like that. I'm trapped.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
They have merch. Reassurance bucket. The tube branding. Office decorations, the Stanley Parable reassurance bucket, the button that says the name of the player that is playing the game? Wait, what? Where? The button. Hear your name in the game. Oh? You can actually scan the QR code on the merch? That's insane! They make a joke marketing thing into a real marketing thing. Does the bucket come with the affirmations mop? I'm not sure.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Really? You're gonna say my name? A lot of people have a hard time pronouncing it. Or is it gonna dox me? It's gonna dox me? This is the moment where I get doxxed. Are you gonna say my name? Or are you just playing? You ready?
Jim.
So, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature.
Okay.
Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
Hi, my name is
I want you
Jim.
to imagine yourself living as Jim.
Okay.
Sleeping and waking as Jim. Falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim.
Oh.
Seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim. And as Jim, watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now?
Yes,
If
I am
so,
Jim.
then please step forward and press the button.
Okay.
Jim.
Oh, wow!
You see?
Hey,
What a thrill!
the button
What a
said
rush!
my
That was
name.
you! The
Oh
button
my
described
God.
you! Do it again, do it again!
Okay.
Jim.
It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
The game's calling my name. How?
Jim.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much, Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away.
No, don't take it
Otherwise,
away.
soon you'll start to
Jim,
lose all
Jim,
sense of
Jim,
who you actually are.
I'm Jim.
Jim,
I'm Jim. I'm Jim. No, come back. You took my identity away. You took my identity away. I am Jim. Never forget what they took from us. He stripped me of my name, just like that witch in Spirited Away.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Oh man, you changed the advertisement. Exclusive, the button that says Jim. You heard Jim in the game. Interesting. Not debating. That's another comment on DLCs or game releases. Or why is this 2 like this?
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Is that collectible? Setting world champion, infinite hole, free achievement. There's a free achievement over there, but let's explore the other 2 things before I keep moving on. I don't want to progress and then not be able to go back. Please, no screenshots. What happens if I hit... Is it F12? Can you get mad at me? Take a screenshot. Screenshot. The baby is all grown up. Bankruptcy. Oh man. I'm taking all the photos. Can you update ray traced more of the same but in a good way? Sequel to the... I can't read it. Okay. The jumps... Oh, they brought the jump circle back! Where was that other guide with arrows? It was somewhere here. Okay, here. The bucket and office decorations. We'll go to the reassurance bucket.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable.
I need it!
Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on.
Yeah, I'm Jim.
Try.
Whoa.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well?
Thanks.
I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
Ooh.
The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Man, this bucket hits different. Yeah. I am not complete. I'm Jim with a bucket. I'm nothing without this bucket. Nothing.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already. Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
I like the Get Well Someday.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along.
No!
Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
Stop! I wanted the white balloons. Your butt. No! It's ugly!
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision.
No,
We're
change
moving
it back.
on.
Change
Come
it.
on. You've already made your choice. It's true that you chose badly. But
What?
we all have to move on from our mistakes.
You chose badly, narrator. I didn't choose badly. What is it? Happy 12th birthday, step-niece? That bucket is the visual representation of the pun. we can make you guys the buckets. Time, depth, opening, rim, surrounding area, depth, infinite. I do eventually want to come up with like a chat name, like a fan name and a mascot, but I'm not in a rush. I want it to happen organically and something that you all
Stanley,
mutually
here's an idea
enjoy.
that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
We'll come back to this. I want my free achievement first. Yeah, I have my mascots, but it's a little bit different for Chad. Collectibles. Yeah, there's collectibles and a free achievement. Let's get the free achievement first. Free new plus easy achievement. Can't believe it's that simple. Get it here. Okay, get yours right now. Pull the lever, receive your new achievement. No more steps. It just works. It just works.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel. To at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously
so
demanding
unsatisfying.
this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
My achievement! No! Narrator's still trying to figure out how to cheat. Whatever. It is what it is.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Who's that? Is that supposed to be me? Collectible jump circle. How do you go to the jump circle? Oh wait, here. I'm here, jump circle, this map, free achievement, which is a lie. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game, merch, settings, world champion, the reassurance bucket, office, decorations, epilogue, collectibles, infinite hole. So we'll go to the collectibles. Infinite hole sounds exciting.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up.
Creepy.
You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
I don't know if I really want to be here. Woo! There's 5 more. Collect them all. Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you find them? Okay.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Tragic. Not tragic, it's incentive. Okay, so jump circle is somewhere. Wait, is that the jump circle? It is.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Reset it.
I suppose it can just be a nice decorative
No!
piece then.
Wait. Please, please bring it back. I want to jump. Wow, I see how it is. I didn't know I was supposed to save the jumps. Okay, where are the figurines? They hiding? They hiding somewhere. Surely there are actually other figurines. Nope. That's it. Nothing there. You gotta fix something? Okay. Your past actions come to haunt you, Jim. I know, I done goofed. There are no more figurines in this part. Gotcha. Setting world champion. won't open. Okay, I guess it's time to go jump in a hole. I want this bucket with me forever. If I lose it, I will be sad. There's like audience seats. Whee! I feel like Alice in the Wonderland.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Nah, this is just chatting
Now, I
part
don't mean to be a
4.
bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top.
Why?
Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Is there an end to the infinite hole? Did you lie? There's a bottom to this hole, isn't there?
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your
Beginnings, turns,
definition of
endings,
infinity.
yeah, have again,
From one
and
perspective,
they're
the
changed
infinite
if you
is
have a
merely
bucket.
philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found
New
me out,
mug.
Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem.
I'm not the problem, you're the problem.
Look, things got a little heated there. I think we
You
both said
yelled
some
at
things
me.
we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole.
But
and we
it's
can move
cozy
on.
down here.
I'll
Who
just
keeps
be up
throwing
here
down
when you're ready.
cigarettes? Every pause button is a Roman numeral 2. Just the two of us. We can... Something... Just the two of us. Something... Can't read that. Meeting at 2 p.m.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for this. Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of...
Oh, it's shorter this time.
Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't
You think
make
it's
an
the song
infinite
just the two of
hole,
us?
but I didn't think
Maybe.
it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
Wait, you're gonna close my infinite hole because you're a butt narrator. What if I want to just stay down here? It's nice. It's cozy. You know, when I am the keeper of wishes, and you can make wishes by throwing coins into a wishing well. I just sit here at the bottom of the well waiting for people to make wishes so I can guard them. This is home to me. Though that was just an experimental phase. The well wishing didn't go so well. We tried experimenting with shooting stars, like wishing upon a star. I like that method a little bit better. Is this new gym lore? Yeah. we experimented with a bunch of different wish methods, like, you know, blowing on a dandelion to make a wish, getting like a loose eyelash and then blowing on that to make a wish. We've a lot of really strange methods, but you humans seem to be willing to try anything when it comes to your wishes and dreams.
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so... Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
If the coin lands inside the bucket, does it guarantee the wish to be fulfilled? Yeah, but it's like a skill check. I'll be moving around in the bottom of the well. You can't really see me. So, if it lands, sure.
Well, there it is.
No!
The shame of my... How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see
It's
this
a pond
scratching
now.
the itch. Oh.
All
who am I
wells
to
are
judge?
ponds.
You just
Confirmed.
do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Keep throwing coins. Yep. You know, that's what I should probably make
the,
as a 3D object, just
Teleport
coins
button not working?
that you can
You
throw
sure?
at me.
Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one
If
thing
only
I can do
you
to fix
still
this.
had jumps.
I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley.
Wait, don't
you
come
couldn't bear
back.
to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get
No.
to be with the hole. I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity.
No, come back. Narrator. Narrator. Oh. What's that sound? I can crouch, but I can't jump. What kind of nonsense is that? Oh, wait. Oh, wait. It's sinking. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Building castles in the sky. You're right. It is a song. Bye, narrator. Ba-dum-bum, 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 ba-dum-bum. Welcome back. We're in a well. Change your perspective. Oh, so fancy. Bam. Bam. I can see myself. This is nuts. Bam. You can change my perspective. Perception. You can change your perception. Da da da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Check it out. It's a bot. Whoa. You can change your reality? This can be your karaoke stream now. Oh, puppies! Cute! Hi. Sick, now just sing the two of us. I don't know the song. fully. Dun 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 dun. Change myself? I can change myself. We're a robot. We're out in space. Oh god. I don't like that. We're buff. We're on the beach. Oh my. Ooh, I like this one. I like the art style. Okay, let's change the music.
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley?
Wait, what? It's crashing? Did the game crash? No! How dare you? I wanted to enjoy more. Hello? Game? He said I could put in my favorite number, which is we'll go 04 and then 14. Is that my favorite numbers? Ah, 4:14 a.m., your favorite time of the day. Or could you simply not resist giving me the correct time again? After all, I know how much you enjoy setting the time correctly. Okay, now I'm curious how accurate 4:14 a.m. is. Let's use the other slider to find out. How accurate is 4? It is inaccurate. You know, I can just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you look, or how you like things to be set. It's good to collect data. I wish we had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invent some new sliders to gather new data on you. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, let me whip up a couple new ones up. How did you make this game crash? I don't know. Maybe it's part of the design. I thought you were gonna put in 420. No, that is not my favorite number. Jim was too powerful. Cartoon Jim was too powerful. Should be ready by the next time you boot up the game. Okay. I want to go back there. I really enjoyed the Infinite Hole.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
We'll skip that. Quit the
All of his
game and
co-workers
start
were
it again.
gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had
Will it
simply
be
missed
the
a memo.
new content? New content, yes.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting
Oh
to
man,
show
so did it actually crash? We need the bucket. Oh man, I'm sad. Why would you crash? Don't do that. We need to go back. We need to grab
You
the
see,
bucket.
Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark.
I don't have to
and
grab
any new
the other
content for it should
experiences
live up
again,
to
do
that
I?
legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we
And
take
back
it
to being
one
coy.
step even further.
No, thank you for the
Which is
hydrate. I
why
need to
I'm
get
very
more water.
proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
Okay.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it.
Yes.
I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
I want my bucket back. You can't deprive me of my bucket.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it.
Muddle,
Well,
I'll be right
I'm
back.
happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Okay, I am back. We got our bucket. He has a buckets. Power.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable too.
Ah! I just dropped a piece of tangerine. No. I got a snack. I'm getting hungry.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go
Oh,
with?
I love the happy 12th birthday niece.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get well
Oh
someday
no!
it is.
How could you not agree with me? I'm so upset. Better.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
We're gonna grab this collectible. It knows that I've been here. What? So, I didn't crash? That's weird. Just narrator. I think the crash was scripted.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video. You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue. Great! Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Okay, and I guess we're back in the hole now. Did you really need to see it again? I don't know what else there is to say, Stanley. It's an infinite hole. It's exactly what you're doing right now, but forever. There really are so many other fascinating exhibits that I've prepared for you. I really spent quite a lot of time on all this, and I would very much like to show you some more of them. How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again so we can get back to what's really important about... Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Stanley. I'll be honest with you. I truly did not believe that anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom. Yes, I know. I told you the hole was infinite, but come on. Who actually
Narrator
wants to fall
scam,
forever?
guys.
The hole was plenty deep. It was more than deep enough, in my opinion. Maybe
This is
it's
my
you
home.
who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
I'm here.
Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there, goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime.
Nah, we go again.
Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot.
Aggressive divot.
How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button not working?
Nope.
You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and
I
now
will
you'll
never
get more
forget
time with
this.
it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the whole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
It'll sink, right? Start sinking. There we go. We may not have the narrator, but we do still have the bucket. Will that cartoon Jim not break the game again? Was it really the cartoon Jim? I like the song, but let's change it. I don't like this one.
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer.
This is scary. I like the second song the most. Air.
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley!
No!
Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
Toodle. Will it sink again? Oh, yeah! No! It kicked me out. What? Why do we start here now?
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features. An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Fiddle pip. I don't know. It's a very interesting word. Hood's gonna start using it now. Toodle pip. We can't access this. I guess we could leave. Goodbye.
calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley... All right, have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Yep. We want to move on.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul.
I messed up, Poet.
There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Okay.
I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of...
36
Okay, never
jumps? So generous.
Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating
There's
gags,
two
but they don't add up
holes.
to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up.
Ultra Deluxe.
All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Oh, man. Wait, what? Like, actually? Dude! Hello, Ken! This is creepy.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he
There's the
was
balloons.
employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley
That's
was
good.
happy.
I'm enjoying this game a lot. I like my
And
sassy
then one
narrator.
day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had
Stanley went
arrived
to
on the
school
monitor
and
for
got a
him to
degree
follow.
in button
No
pushing.
one had showed up to give him
I
instructions.
mean, is that
call
not a
meeting,
computer
or even
science
say
degree?
hi. Never in all his years at the
I'm
company
sorry, I'm sorry.
had this
It's
happened.
joke. Don't
This
hurt me.
complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Okay, balloons! Look at that.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed him. Stanley picked up the bucket.
He doesn't even question it. We have a bucket. Oh my god. I'm happy. Our bucket's back with us. I missed out on the world settings, but
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's
I
warmth
mean,
and
he made the
comfort now
bucket.
more
Why
than
would he
ever.
question the bucket?
Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's
Stanley
office.
and the bucket. Oh, the broom closet? Where was that again? Next time? Okay. Oh!
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You
Okay.
can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Okay. I got the feeling money's for stealing, but not yours, of course. So that's a lovely purse. Huh. The text here changes sometimes. I did not notice. Collectibles.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
It was...
Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
Yeah, the bucket
Was the
knew.
bucket guiding him?
Yep, the bucket's
Yes,
guiding me.
this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Collectible.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs.
Mini stands.
What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your
Ew.
belt.
Stanlerine. Bucket equals God. Cummy. You have a safety bucket.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Everything will be fine. The bucket's here.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
We're gonna escape with a
Although
bucket.
this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
The bucket will protect us. I know it will. Crush,
As
crush.
the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind
What did they
and
even
the
need
soul
the
at
crushers
ease to
for?
embrace
It's
the
for
bucket.
when they
But
fire
what
an
use is a sense of
employee.
ease when you're about to crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself.
This is
But
what
he sort of
happens
kicked
when I
himself
fire
for wasting
someone
so
from the
much
supermarket.
time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant,
You
the
got,
bucket's life
you're glad
came
you
to an
got
end
rehired.
as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
What if I go this way? It won't let me. The bucket. I love that they had to voice 2 lines, second including the bucket. Yeah. The bucket welcomes you to the grand exhibit. You're standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like the bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within a cavernous void, but through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind will become full and enriched and substantiated. Substantiated. Sure. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? Will you? Will you take this knowledge out to the world? Spread the knowledge of the bucket? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were in the ignorance and darkness? Will you let the bucket down?
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own?
What?
Can you see the hubris
Give
that
it
blinded
back!
him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
25 buckets. A photograph of 20. That's more than 25 buckets. The greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of the euphoria from exposure to this many buckets at once. Yeah, that's definitely more than 25. Join the bucket cult. We have cookies and free cable. The Inferno Bucket. A replica of the Inferno Bucket, which in the medieval era was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died, and yet, in spite of it, a simple fact remains: no one can control the bucket. I want my bucket back. The stress bucket technology. Worrying, negative forecasting, negative thinking, lack of reassurance. Stress equals the level of water in the bucket. Vulnerability equals size and strength of the bucket. Coping strategies equals whole. Rest and relaxation. Do something you enjoy. Rest and relaxation. Koi's real name is Jim and Bucket is God. Yep, that's all you need to remember. I have a very small bucket. Ooh, tribal bucket times. Cave drawing. While we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance, inevitability, is for our own good. You can't stop me.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong.
No!
Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Now what? You're dead. It was for the greater good.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had
Oh.
simply missed a memo.
In the meeting room.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Yep. There will be a reward for finding them all. Why is it so scary? Trust the completionist instinct. Why wouldn't they just tell us something will happen? This investigation, this room, they feel pointless, to be honest. Maybe we are the collectibles. Shut the freak up. Stop kidding yourself. Who are you? Lies. I want them so much. I want to go home. There will be cleaning of this wall required. Oh, looks like 427. Gotta collect them all. Oh, here! There's like even a guide. Stairs, something to do with stairs. Somewhere both red and blue, a large room of boxes. I see. Okay.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket.
No, you don't deserve the
I can
bucket.
really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet.
No.
That's what the broom closet is trying to say
No.
here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies.
You barely have any cleaning
Don't give in.
supplies.
Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over.
No.
We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient?
No,
that your
it's
life
not.
is
It's
so banal
true.
and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to
Never.
lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I'd never.
No.
Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Yeah, we fell through eternity together in the infinite hole. You have nothing in your cheap interior.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go.
Property
There.
of Stanley.
Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, Broom Closet,
Take a
with all
hike.
your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things. All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. See? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker
Oh,
and
I'm
say to
so
yourself,
unsure.
"Oh, it's a bucket." There
Ah.
really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker. You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment, and to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies, easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Okay, we can go outside. Okay, I think it's done. Let's go forward.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Oh, go down? Oh, too late.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Oh, I have to try 888. I'll do it next time. I didn't realize that was an actual thing. Eight, 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 eight.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Mind control facility.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley
There are
and the
so
bucket
many little
both wondered to
things.
themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Wait, why are we reassuring the bucket now? I thought the
Was
bucket
the
was supposed
bucket
to
under the
reassure
mind control
us.
facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never!
Into the
He
bucket.
squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Only trust in the
But
bucket.
here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way.
Oh?
And the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system. But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls.
What? The bucket betrayed
Stanley
me?
gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen.
Oh?
Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Oh.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hand.
Oh, wow.
The one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the
owls.
possible paths his life could have taken,
And a bird.
this
The
one
duck.
was surely the best. And Stanley
Oh, here we
was
cycled
happy.
through all of them. So the FBI was really watching birds. Are we happy? Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his
Okay,
chest
so we're gonna
and
go
entered
type
the door on his
8,
left.
8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8. 8, 8, 8, 8. 8, 8, 8, 8.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked
8,
upstairs to the
8.
boss's office.
8, 8, 8, 8.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point,
Ow.
Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
1, 2, 3.
8.
Oh, it's like a achievement.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer
What's
luck.
like the reference
Was it
for
the
that?
bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
We're gonna turn the mind control off this time. And then we'll go through the right side of the pathway. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Mind control. You guys are all subjugating yourself
The
to
lights
mind
rose
control,
on an
joining
enormous
my
room packed with
stream.
television screens. What
You
horrible secret did this
shall
place
never
hold?
stop
Stanley and the
watching.
bucket both wondered to themselves.
If you go to the table, you can drop down. Go to the table. Go to the table. Oh, oh!
But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next, Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed.
Oh!
It really wasn't so bad down here, a bit cold perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well,
how are
and
we
a sort
doing
of
this?
kitchenette that was useful
We're
for when the
settling
bucket
down
was
with the
craving
bucket life.
convenience. But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in
Oh,
that it
wow.
really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their
Amazon
home slowly
delivered.
decayed as Stanley became
Nice. What did you
withdrawn
get from
and neglected the
Amazon?
cleaning. It unsettled the bucket deeply.
Uh-oh.
Stanley wasn't
Our
usually
relationship
like
is
this.
ruined.
The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying
You need
on
to
the
go
path.
back.
It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will
Oh,
become
Amazon
ending eventually.
delivered as in my furniture.
It's
Gotcha.
what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
Oh, that's it. The ending was kind of sad. We grew distant
All of his co-workers were gone.
from the bucket.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched
I
the
still
bucket
want to
tightly
turn
to his
the
chest
mind
and
control
entered
off.
the door on his left.
I want to see if it does anything different.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Upstairs to the boss's office.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew
Like
all
the
along?
floor
Was
slides
the
out.
bucket guiding him? Yes,
Cool.
this is certainly the most logical explanation.
It's a little bit of a pain to get back here, but I mean, it's not too long.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large
So how
door
many
that read,
endings are in this
Mind
game?
Control Facility.
I can't control the button that I press on the elevator. It's
The lights
just a
rose
button.
on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold?
There's 3
Stanley and the
endings?
bucket both wondered to themselves.
About 40 or so? Holy moly. So there are 2 different answers.
The monitors
3
jumped to life,
or
and Stanley nearly
40.
dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that
I'm
everything
not sure
would be
how
fine.
many we've done. We've done the freedom one, then the confusing one.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as
we had
well?
like the
Had
just
the bucket
being
been told to
crushed to
do
death
things it didn't wish to
one,
do? What
the
kinds of
gone
things does a
crazy.
bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's
I've never played the game and I've only seen 5 minutes of gameplay.
No!
Then why did you
He
answer
screamed
the
into bucket.
question so
He couldn't accept
confidently?
it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter, his one friend in the entire world.
This
At
is why
point,
I shall
he
not
could
trust
no
chat.
one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
Off. I turned it off.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy,
Why
freed
not
themselves
give
from
us
the
a
tyrannical
bucket?
grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support.
Eh? Why did it stop?
What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed?
Oh, do we set the
Unbearable
bucket
silence filled the
free?
room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth
You are
of the bucket.
greedy!
Go to any lengths not to part
Let
with
us
the bucket.
go.
No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now,
I don't like
He was
it. It's
about to
dark in
find out.
here. What's wrong? Just a bucket.
all of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone.
Okay,
Not
we're
with
gonna
the
go to
bucket
the right
around.
now.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly
Where's
was.
the collectibles?
How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket
Oh,
asked.
I see the... How do I get there, though? Huh? How do you get over there? The heck?
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
We'll follow the bucket.
Now pick up the phone.
Whoa! Hold on. Why did you unplug
You
the phone?
unplug the
Were you
phone.
trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking.
Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
No, narrator, please.
What is comedic timing?
Oh, no.
What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully,
Let's
the
learn
answer to
comedic
all of these questions
timing.
is yes.
Yes.
Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm dunny with the funny."
I'm dunny
Let's
with the
practice
funny.
screaming,
Now you
"I'm
can
dunny
laugh.
with the funny" now.
I'm dunny with the funny. I'm dunny with
Good.
the funny.
This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question
God,
reprinted
this is
several
awful.
times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying
Get me
attention
out
and
of
not simply
here.
filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter
is so
and even tripled over in
scary.
laughter in no time at all.
No.
Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Super Earth.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back. I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness
Wait,
we had the
why is
instructional
my
video.
collectible gone?
Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
Where are we going? We're just going back to our office? Hello?
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this was all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Yeah, I'm proud. Oh.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Yeah.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back.
Gosh darn it. Okay, fine.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors,
sticker?
they entered the door on the left.
Where did my sticker go? You're not the same bucket. Who are you? You're not a bucket. You're not my bucket. When did that happen?
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point. A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title
Narrator
of King of
couldn't
Comedy.
stop
I'm
being
nothing.
jealous of buckets on
I'm not
the...
even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch
Don't,
that instructional
please.
video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve
No!
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley.
Oh, we got an ending.
I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are.
What's wrong with that?
Still not... Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal, I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos.
Sorry, Leroy.
Let's see.
Oh? That's not the home.
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today.
Okay.
We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
But why are you calling on this phone and not the phone in my office? Are you cheating on me? Okay, bucket. Oh, the sticker's back. Okay. I can't leave you behind.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But
I'm gonna
Stanley
go get
had
the
felt the
collectible.
bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Oh. Do 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 do.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley?
Figlies. I
What
like
name better
Figlies.
encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness
Koi
that you get from
vented.
seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
We need 2 more. Huh? Where are we? Huh. Interesting. What's with all the cassette tape? Narrator dialogue. There's so much narrator dialogue everywhere.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes.
Why?
The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense.
This is scary.
There's no explanation for it.
There doesn't need to be
Still
explanation for
haven't
love.
figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it.
What?
Yes. It's
That's not what I was
unthinkable
expecting.
The amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket.
Oh my god.
This is my golden ticket.
This is how I
But I have
monetize
to be
Ame.
careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that?
Oh my god.
Who's there?
Stop.
Camporata.
Camporata? Don't jump scare me. The bucket ate him? Is the bucket evil?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfect.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
No, we're gonna go somewhere else. Adventure. With my bucket.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find
What?
this place eventually.
We care about you, Stanley. Aww.
You see,
It's
your
my
friends and
wife
I
and
are
our
concerned with
baby.
you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley.
No.
Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Stay in the bucket. Or, I mean the closet. He won't say anything. That's annoying. Okay, fine.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Hey!
It's as
Why
classic now as it was
specifically
back
that
then.
line?
Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
I'm gonna have to give something up. What do I have to give up?
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character.
No.
This is the Bucket Destroyer.
No.
I think it'll make a
No.
wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
I don't agree.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
I refuse. I will not pop it into the machine. We're an escape.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular
Never.
personality trait.
No.
Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Oh. Hello, Bucket Crusher.
The Bucket Destroyer.
Or Destroyer.
My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye,
Goodbye.
new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Goodbye. So the Bucket Destroyer created the Big Bang? Nah. He was just throwing a tantrum because I wouldn't give it the bucket. How dare would I? Why would I destroy my bucket?
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all. A good bucket. A strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
Good bucket. Happy bucket. My bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
I don't
But
care.
Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes,
Yes,
perhaps
it truly
was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Okay, Archer. Bye-bye.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
What about this?
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms.
That's horrible!
How deeply touching.
Whoa. What happened?
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
I'm scared.
Ah, the embrace of an old friend, a weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
The slight changes are a bit unnerving.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
Thank you,
But Stanley
for
had felt the bucket
gifted
calling to him, telling him that the
sub.
employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Nope.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes.
Yes.
Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Well, I didn't. Oh, thank you for that hydrate.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless...
What?
What if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket.
No!
Please, step in here for a moment.
You can't take the bucket away. Is this a
Now
bucket?
then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us
Okay.
everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is
It's
not
not a
a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Incorrect.
What?
It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
What?
Item 2. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Wow. Does it have a sticker?
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
No. What?
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
Then...
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
that is not a bucket. Yeah.
Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one. Is this a bucket?
What is this? Is this a trick? It's not a bucket.
Incorrect.
What?
This is a bucket.
How is that a bucket? The narrator's
Item 6.
gaslighting me.
Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Wait, what? How is it is and not a bucket at the same time?
Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true.
Everything's a bucket?
Is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out.
We are all
I've lost
buckets.
all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence, and yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
Yes, you're a bucket.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with.
It's okay,
I'm
embrace
afraid
it.
the bucket
You're
is
this
threatening to
bucket.
tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
No, no! You can't take the bucket away from me.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything
Put
a
it on the
bucket?
list to vote for?
Every single thing
Sure.
in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Maybe the treasure was the buckets along the way.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I just want my
Stanley
bucket
decided to go
back.
to the meeting room. The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This
I'm
was
gonna go
not the
answer
correct
the
way to the
phone.
meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And
We'll go
here it
answer the
was.
phone,
Had the bucket
and
turned
then
out to be
I'll
correct?
stop the
No,
stream, 'cause
never
I'm
mind.
kinda
The
eepy.
bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his
I'm
left to go
tired.
back to the meeting room.
No,
But
said
I
the
can take a
bucket.
nap.
don't
and
go
then
to the
maybe we'll do
meeting
a late
room.
night
Go
stream
somewhere
tonight.
else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to
I don't know
him.
why I'm so
It should have
tired this
alarmed him, of
morning.
course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
We can have a life together, bub. puppet or bucket.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket.
I am a
Once
little
upon a
bit
time,
tired,
I
yeah.
gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Honey, I'm home. Ooh, we have a much nicer house. Bucket. Look at that bucket art. Mhm. Hello, Stanley. It's me, your bucket. Press G to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Take me back home with you.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate
It's my
metal
bucket.
object?
Oh, there
I
you
want to
are.
say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Go back to work.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
You're just jealous. Don't listen to the loud man. Press G to go, press G for us to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
You're just jealous. You're just jealous. Press Y to ignore anyone in your life except me. Are you guys gonna press Y, chat? To only listen to the bucket for the rest of your life? Yeah? We're gonna listen to the bucket.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket.
Just
this sort
bucket.
of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
No more koi, only bucket. You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? I do believe you're real.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to
Narrator,
another.
out to steal the bucket. Better not. We'll throw hands. Press B to relive the same day with me over and over. Just bucket.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
It's more than just a regular bucket. It's my bucket. To go home to work, to home to work, to home. My precious
I'm having
bucket.
feelings for the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes.
Bucket?
The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
Bucket, why did you light so many candles?
Stanley, give me the bucket.
No.
Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley.
No.
I need it. Give it
No.
to me now. Give it or I'll...
Close your eyes. Go back to work, Stanley. Where's my bucket?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
Narrator trying to steal my bucket. I can't leave
Stanley
now.
clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I can't trust him. Nothing to do with stairs. We need to find the other collectibles.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Collectible!
You're getting close now, Stanley.
One
You've
more.
nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket
Am I
returned his
crazy?
gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And
Did
that's
the
when
bucket
Stanley realized,
abandon
this
me?
isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket?
Swapped
This is all
buckets?
terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre
Wait, my
hallucinations
bucket's
Stanley might
gone.
experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his
Where's
bucket.
my bucket?
And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Could
Where
it
are
truly
you,
be?
bucket?
He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket
And
after the
there-
next. None of them were his.
What?
None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
He had
I'm
to find the
looking.
bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along.
What?
It was incredibly painful.
No.
Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
No. My bucket.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of
She
a
had
man
her
who
bucket!
had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to
How
himself,
dare.
and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk.
She
Right
stole
away,
our
she
precious.
knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which
That
her
street
bucket
kinda
would
looks
provide
like
absolute
where my
guidance and total
supermarket
clarity
is.
on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself. My life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
She backflipped all the way to work. Oh, it's different now.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward.
Stanley often
Stanley
shops at
clutched
Koi's
the bucket
convenience.
tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Where else can we go? It's like...
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room. And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
How do I trigger like that third option thing with like the blue and red doors? Do you guys remember?
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers.
No,
if I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
Really? No stickers? Not even one more? There's plenty of space for a sticker even inside the bucket. You're mean.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Okay, that's the crazy ending. I don't want that. Go upstairs. Because the boss knows that what the boss says goes, if the boss has suffered losses, then that's what the boss chose. Nah, that's a bad quote. I don't like that one. Oh, wait, this opens? Why is there a panda held at gunpoint on that portrait? What did the panda ever do? Business strategy? Koi stickers when? You guys want koi stickers? I don't know. Let's go up. Elevator music. Koi stickers. I'll have to think of something. A koi hoodie? Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Eh? What? Go down? It only goes one direction. Da 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 da. Eh? Is this like a fake elevator? Does it take me anywhere? Just chatting part. I think it's like 5 or 6, honestly, at this point. I think I hear the narrator kind of humming to the music. Can you hear him? I'll try to come up with some simple stuff. My main focus right now is to get the karaoke streams set up. Yeah. I think it'd be nice to have like a little dancing animated emote before the streams that you guys can spam it in chat. You're excited? Well, I'm glad. Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Da da dun dun. Are we gonna go anywhere in the elevator, sir? The koi stickers for buckets. Did that work? Man, I was in there for a long time. What the? I mean, I could, but it just means that I would not say that word. Not that I know many songs with potty words in it.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly
Are
the
you
most
going to do
logical
songs off
explanation.
of memory? I mean, I will have a set list of songs at the beginning, but if we have time, you guys can request stuff, though it doesn't necessarily mean I know the song, but I'll try. It's going to be a unlisted VOD, so like there will be no record of
Stanley and
it.
the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
No records.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed
So,
with television
if you end up
screens.
missing the
What
stream, you end up
horrible
missing the
secret
stream.
did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
I'll record it on OBS, sure, but I won't record it on Twitch. Because it's definitely gonna get flagged.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like
That
this. and
elevator
it very
music
nearly
is stuck in
burst
my
into
head.
tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Oh, you would record it? I wouldn't do that. That's a waste of
Was
storage.
the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't
It's gonna
accept
go
it.
into the
His own
koi
life in
lore
someone else's
vault?
control. Never!
What on
He
earth?
squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
It's no one but the bucket.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and
How do you
commanded
open
from this very
door?
place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
What is this? Zero 521. Is there a 0? Will you display that collection in a museum in the future, Hood? I will, maybe in an anniversary or a follicle. 5. How do I do this? Console disable. 2. How would you feel about singing a 15-minute song? What song is 15 minutes long? What's this? 001 0142 0142. Door up there. How do I?
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this. But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this?
No!
Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away into disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
How do we get out? Or do I have to do this without the bucket?
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over.
Okay, begin the game again. Yeah, abandon the bucket. Turn
Someone
on
was
the mind
following
control.
Stanley. He was
Wait, what?
sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Why? Who's following me? Why would you say that, narrator? That's creepy. Goodbye, bucket. I don't need you.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Turn it on.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy.
You're allowed to
so he
request
relaxed for a few moments with
songs,
some calming new age
but
music.
like I said, if I'm not able to do it or it doesn't sound interesting to me, I won't do it.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated,
There's only so
Stanley
much I can
calmly
do.
walked forward into the opened passageway.
I reserve the right to pick and choose what I want to do. Also, the typical restrictions. It can't be anything that's, you know, inappropriate.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door
Et cetera,
that read
etc.
Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Let me just figure out how to use that one room before the...
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the
Bohemian
number of an employee in
Rhapsody?
the building. Stanley's
Oh
co-workers.
no.
The lives
That's a
of so
long
many
song.
individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Vocaloid? I don't know many Vocaloid songs.
This mind control facility, it was too
Also,
horrible to
please
believe it
refrain
couldn't
from
be
any
true.
like
Had
foreign
Stanley really been under
languages.
someone's control all this time?
Yeah,
Was this the
me
only
no
reason he
be
was
able to
happy
sing
with
that
his
kind of stuff
boring
without
job? That his
practice.
emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't
I don't know what
accept
that
it.
song is,
His own
Wilbur, but
life
if you
in
think it's off
someone
the
else's
table,
control,
then probably.
never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Yeah, go
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in,
Just the two of us?
Stanley decided that this machinery would never... Oh, Stanley.
We'll
You didn't just
see.
activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control?
Yes, control! I want the
Stanley,
control.
I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate
so
to
it's
see
like...
it go.
So it's like
I'm
this.
sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better.
2.
My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here. Just you.
Wait, what?
Pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully?
Oh, God.
Another choice.
No.
Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me. All a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
I did it wrong. That was not right. I'm done. Wait, how do we do that
All
right?
of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
How do we do this correctly?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Clearly it's not the bucket. We don't need the bucket. We still need the red-blue door. We'll do that with the bucket later. Narrator was
Coming
also
to
not
a
quite the
staircase,
same without the
Stanley
bucket, true.
walked upstairs to
He's
his
scary
boss's
now.
office.
Doesn't quote inspirational quote of the day. To be rich is a crime. Oh no. I've already read that one. Will this door open when I'm by myself? Oh, it does. Is it different? I don't hear him. And now step forward. Okay, well that elevator's useless.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway.
Ooh.
Surprise.
Blah blah blah. Thank you. Thank you for doing that. Hurry, 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 hurry. I want to unlock the door. Or whatever.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Thanks. Narrator, are you getting tired of repeating everything you're saying?
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Freedom meant nothing. There's no freedom
This
here.
mind control facility.
I am
it was
not
too
gonna
horrible
sing Never
to
Gonna
believe
Give
it
You Up.
couldn't be
Never.
true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated
Why are you
to accept it
subjugating me
blindly?
to all these memes?
No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy,
What about
or
last Friday
sad,
night?
or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would... Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say...
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are?
1.
A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it.
What is it?
I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? But you really believe there's an answer? How many times will you replay this bit, looking desperately for a solution? 10? 100? 1,000? I look forward to finding out and to watching the bomb go off each time you fail. Just you and me and the retching explosion of fire and metal over and over and over for all of eternity. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again.
Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say...
Stupid! How do you solve this dumb puzzle?
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life. Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace, protective, yet delicate, assertive, yet compassionate. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets... But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket.
I'm angry. Why is it like this? Why is the game being
All
like
of his
this?
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Stanley's bucket, the only co-worker he would ever truly need.
Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office. Nothing responded to the bucket's touch, but it did little to discourage Stanley's belief in the magic of the bucket.
Let me out, 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 let me out. Rude game.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
What do I do? What do I do?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Hi, Dry Guy.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Oh.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Or something.
Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop. Look there on the wall, you see? There's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring
Thank
the
you.
bucket here? Unless... What if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it.
This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is
Let me
and
out
isn't a
of here.
bucket. Please, step
I'm
in
gonna
here for a
perfect
moment.
this test this time.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
This is not
Item
a bucket.
2.
It's like 3D
Is
printed
this
or
a
whatever.
bucket? Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Yeah. This is a
Item
bucket.
3. Is this a bucket?
Yeah.
Correct. This is a bucket.
It's a bucket. It's a bucket.
Item 4.
Not a bucket.
Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one.
And this
Is
is
this
a
a bucket?
bucket. Yes.
Correct. This is a bucket.
And the last one's both. How do I click both?
Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
It's silly.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence, and yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
You better not erase
Okay,
all the buckets.
Here we go.
Stop it.
What happened?
Hello,
Is everything
Lim.
gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything
Oh, it
a
brings
bucket?
you to this
Every
side
single
of
thing in the game was
Twitch.
a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue.
Man.
But it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you
Bow.
what? I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
And that's the end. We're not buckets. Big sad. Oh, wait. It changed to the corridor one. Well, anyways, I'm gonna end it right here because I do have stuff to take care of. I will see everyone maybe later tonight? We'll see, we'll see. I'll keep you updated on the Discord. If you don't hear from me, then you know that I'm taking a break. Thank you so much for hanging out with me, nerds. I know, I'm sorry, but I have stuff to do. I'm sorry. Maybe we can hang out later. Okay, okay. Okay, I'm not raiding out. I don't see anyone to raid. So, ciao. You're welcome. We are buckets. Bye-bye.